Ah, I am Zen. I am at peace. My inner peace. I am calm. My microphone a little closer. Like right there. The music a little loud. I might turn it down a bit. There we go. All right. Let me go over what I want to get done today. I kind of want to save all of this for one day. Should I color code stuff? Can I color code stuff in notes? Is there like a coloring button? Or it'd be useful to like, code stuff for different days or weeks. I'm probably not gonna get all of this done. That one, I feel like I can do that one pretty easily. It might take a bit, but I'll figure it out. This one might be harder. That one might be harder. This one I have no clue. This one I could figure something out. This one I tried that one, didn't really work out. I don't know why this one didn't work out. It just didn't. Let's start with this one, making the hits cancelable. And I think the easy solution, where's the event graph? Or no, I want action graph. Is just to make jumping a special move. Ugh, I'm burping. Hold on, I just wanted to check. There is a... Where's the variables? There is a can double jump variable. I need to know where that is. Is it a movement checks? No. It is can double jump. So it has all the stuff to determine if you can jump. Over there. On top of this... Okay, hold on. I need to put a... and boolean. And then move all of these to there. And then this can, I guess, go there. And then next I need... Oh, that needs to be an or, not an and. This is another or boolean. Put that there, that there. I am going to need an or boolean here. And then where's the can double jump? Goes in there. And then the for attack values, if I'm not mistaken, has light hit or has heavy hit. And can double jump. That way, if you use your double jump mid-air, so like you can't jump again, and you hit an attack, you can't... Oh, my throat. You can't cancel it with a jump. Because you don't have any jumps mid-air left. So I need to make sure you can actually double jump. And that's that. normal stuff. Okay, and then once the jump has occurred, or the or what's this? Either those are true. Wait a minute. I need to put a not Boolean. Not Boolean. Okay, so that basically just inverses that. Because these are things that if these happen, the jump doesn't come out. So I need to inverse that one. Where's my mouse? There it is. I need to start the timer for stream because now the ads have started. There we go. So if these things, so if you can't move or you can DI, the jump won't come out. And so let's see, I get a light hit and I can double jump. If I get a light hit and I can double jump, then that makes this true. Not does the inverse, so it makes this false. So if this is false, but one of these is true, or no, this should be an and. And Boolean. Right? Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, so when you throw out a move, you can't move. So this will always be true. And if you hit a light hit, and if you don't hit anything, if you never hit a light hit, or you can't double jump, this is also set to true because this is false, and then this makes it the inversion, so it's true. So if both are true, then you don't jump. Well, I made this way more complicated than it needed to be. But if one of them are true, or if both of them are true, which I don't think can ever happen because getting a light hit makes it so you can't move. So if one of them are true, or one of them are false, then it goes through here. And if it goes through here, special move should happen. So let's take all of this, move it over a bit. I don't mean to move it up. Move it over a bit. And where's special input? That has special. It's towards the top. Special input. Set that bad boy to true. And we gotta do it on everybody. Why does this one use delta time and this one don't? I don't know. Special input. I'll do it here too, even though I don't know if I'm actually going to end up having tap jumps in the game. I just don't think I'm going to have one. I implemented it, but then, like, when I played with it more, it just felt unnatural. And I think what I also want to do is I want to follow the Hollow Knight design of hitting up on the analog stick to interact with things, and so you need to be able to not jump when you hit up. Or wait. No, this shouldn't go. Wait, what's this? The delay really should be coming after this. Hold on. I don't even know why I'm picking this. It's not like I'm gonna really be using it. Let's just make it proper. And also, wait, this should also be coming after the... Boosh. There we go. Boo womp. Boo womp. Boo womp. I have to make all this go all the way over here. Boo womp. Alright, so all the special inputs are set. But I don't want it to, like, remain a special input. Three frames. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, 3 frames is probably enough to have the special input turn on and off. It's probably enough. Let me just move everything a little bit this way. Special input on, special input off. Special input on. Special input off. And then do it up here. I'll type it out for this one. Input. I put special, not special. Special input off. All right, that should work. Let's test it out. Well, I should probably say I'm gonna, like, in the game, they're not gonna be called special or super. They'll be called flow and fury attacks, because those are what the mechanics are called. That's the red and blue meter in the top left when I hit the play button. They're two, that's basically like your meter. You need flow, which is the blue one, to do special attacks, and you need fury, which is the red one, to do super attacks. Hitting enemies with light and heavy attacks gives you flow. Hitting enemies with a super gives you, with a special, gives you fury. So the idea is you hit you hit enemies with a light and heavy attack combo to build up enough flow so you can incorporate special into your combos. Then you do that enough so you can use a super. You see in the top left there, the orange one. Right now, it works a little differently, where getting hit gives you fury and hitting someone else gives you flow. I'm probably going to change that. But let's... Okay, I'm just testing out running with the analog stick down. I know this run looks really goofy, but it's supposed to be a walk. When I animate it, it's going to be like a walk cycle. All right, let's just test it. All right, well, it works for light attacks, grounded and not grounded. And it works for grounded. Does it work for an aerial version? It does. Wait. Why did that one-shot him? Why is he getting deleted? I'll solve that problem later. Don't give me an error. Yippee! Alright, so... I mean, that works. I'm going to cross it out because I feel like there might be a bug with it later on. I just got a hunch. I got a feeling. There's going to be a bug with that sometime later. It might be the fact that people were literally being, like, Thanos-snapped when one neutral heavy air hit, like, one heavy nair connected. So I'll have to look into that. And I'm going to work on this one. Because this is going to be annoying. How would I do this? Hi, Blue. I'm trying to put a right now like Smash Bros style teching into the game, but I also want there to be like not every hit could be teched. Like if you get like a little tiny jab and you just move across the floor, you shouldn't be able to tech that. Yeah, it's in Smash Bros. If you get hit hard enough, you can like hit the shield button to do like roll to either side so you don't get comboed. It's one of the defensive options, and I want to add it so because I think one of the things I'm having trouble with in like the design area is that all of my combos turn into infinites. You have like 2,000 hours such. Okay, you put a question mark, so I was like, I thought you maybe just didn't know. But yeah, I'm trying to add that, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the normal. Yeah, I don't want there to be an infinite stun, so you should be able to tech stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the normal of geometry that a player hits, and the normal is basically the facing direction. So like ground faces upwards, wall faces to the left or right, stuff like that. That way I can get the facing direction so I can differentiate between a wall tech and a floor tech. And then what I'm going to do is check if the player is in hit stun. So like, you know, are they actually able to tech? And then the last thing I want to do is get hold on, where is it? What's it called? I want to get two things. Their velocity, so basically how fast they're going. And then also, I need to open this up. Their velocity needs to be really high, or their knockback value needs to be high. That way you could do floor techs. If you get like Ganondorf stomped while you're grounded, I want you to be able to tech that. I mean, of course, it's going to be like really hard to time, but I want it to at least be possible. So, or I don't need knockback value. I need just the knockback. This is just the angle you get hit. This is the actual like scaling, like how fast you get sent back. And I just want to make sure. Oh, I'm also gonna. While I'm here, I kind of want to change one thing real quick. I kind of want to put a do once node here, and then have the reset be the first frame that these equals 0. Just to make sure that a knockback value you don't receive knockback twice in the same like instance of being hit. Just as a little precaution. It also means that I can hold these values to be not 0 for longer than a frame if I need to. Which I'm actually probably gonna end up doing right here. Put these over here, and I'll put a delay here for like 2 frames. I'll do 2 frames. So that's like 0.03. 0.033. That's like 2 frames. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I've already forgotten how to do this. Audibility, I'm gonna write it down what I need to do. I'll put it in parentheses. So the first thing I need to do. What's the first thing I need to do? Okay. Get geometry normals to differentiate between wall and floor text. Okay, if I put a space here, will it just go back to the? It'll just go back to the start. All right, the next thing I need to do. That's there. So I get the normals. Just tell me which way I need to go. And then get can di, which is basically hit stun. I think I called it can di because I have a Smash Bros brain. But that variable kind of just turned in are you in hit stun. And I guess in my game, if you're in hit stun, you can di. And you know what? Sure, I'll balance around that. Can di. Why not di? Well, no, I'm saying if you're in hit stun, you can di. You can directional influence. Whereas in Smash Bros, I think there's like specific requirements for being able to directionally influence. Like you have to be like hit like at a certain velocity. So I'm saying for every hit you can di it. Also, a defensive mechanism put in place so infinite combos won't exist because people can always di away or di in, mix up their di. Yeah, there's di and SDI. I'm trying to implement mechanics that won't destroy the controller like SDI. Also, I just eliminated the ability to mash out of grabs. Like if you get grabbed, basically instead of 4 grabs, every character has 5 grabs. There's up, down, left, and right throws, and then also a neutral throw, where basically once you hit a grab, you have like 40 frames to input a throw before it just does the neutral throw. So no matter what, if you get grabbed, unless you get hit out of it by someone else, you're getting thrown. There's no mashing. I want to erase all mashing because I have destroyed so many controllers trying to mash out of grabs and berries. I don't want that in my game. I also don't want SDI because I don't want you to have to destroy the joystick to try and get an optimal SDI. You can just DI it. Anywhere where you could SDI, just DI. It'll work the same. Generally. Last step is to get velocity. Get velocity and get knockback. Knockback float. Float's just the name for numbers with decimals. That's like the name of the variable. They're called floats. Knockback float. And lastly, what's it called? I guess get block input. If true, tech. If false, bounce. That way you can add the ability to bounce off. You can bounce off the floor if you miss a tech, and you will not bounce if you hit the tech. That'll come after all this. All right, so let's start implementing stuff. What it's basically going to be is just a custom event that will be checked every frame. I'm going to call this could have teched it. Could have teched. Because, you know, if it's true, you could have teched it. Well, my throat. First thing I'm gonna get is get the capsule collision, which is basically like, you know, it's your collision. And as capsule collision, I want, is it on component hit or overlap? I know I use it up here. Not there. Where is it? Down here. It's on component hit. Okay, so I didn't actually need to take this out. I just need to click on this. Scroll down to on component hit. Do I need to? Oh, wait, can I not use more than one? Oh, hold on. Wait, what? How do I? Why can't I have more than one? Or is hit by something solid? I want this. Could I just copy paste it? No. Did I just make like 18 variables? I sure hope I didn't. If I'm in a different graph, can I add it? Well then, like if I'm in the tick graph. No, that's still there. How am I gonna do this? No, I don't want that. This is the wrong one. I need here. Right, hold on. I'm already having problems. So this is wall jump detection, which is basically if you're touching the wall. Alright, I have an idea, but I need more space. Let me move this. Oh yeah, I bet I could build up. I'm gonna be a little sneaky. Lock drainage. This can go down. There we go. Alright, then let's move this over. That over. I don't know why that didn't go with it. That far to the left. Move this that way. Move this way. I can move this back. And I can promote this to a variable that gets set immediately once this touches something. I'm going to rename it collision hit geometry. So every time this hits something, it sets it to this. And where should this go? Movement values? Hi, Dumbanui. You just now got the Discord at? I should probably change how the way the Discord app works. Because like if I upload a shorts, it'll like ping everyone, and I want it to just be streams and videos and not shorts. So I should probably change that at some point. Also, I'm gonna change that to that, and then could have teched. It's gonna play could have teched, and then it'll do this, which I'll move a little bit. All right, so in could have teched. Let me close all this. The first thing it's gonna check: are you in hit stun? If you ain't in hit stun, don't do anything. All right, so that's that one and that one. Then I need get velocity and knockback float. So I can get this. I can get velocity. Then I want to split struct it. So I have all the variables. And I know this is gonna be confusing because I set up my things wrong. Y is left, right. The Z axis is up and down. Don't ask me why, it just is. I made it weird on accident. But first I need to get the absolute value. So if you're going like negative, actually, can you, I don't know. I don't even know if you can go negative speed. But if you are somehow going negative speed, just turn it into positive speed. And then we need to check if this is greater than some number I'll choose later. Greater than, where's the greater than? How can you go on negative speed? I don't know, but all I know is that if I don't plan for it, a player will figure out how to apply negative speed. So I might as well I might as well get ready for it. And it's literally just turning this into an absolute value. You always gotta prepare. Right, and I also need, what do I need? Get this, that, or if for his knockback stuff. Last no knockback. I don't want last known, I just want this. Or if knockback is also greater than some amount. And I'll make an or boolean, because if any of these are true, any of these are true, you are able to tech. And one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move all this down a little bit. Real quick, I'm just gonna test and make sure this works. Let's call it could have teched. Alright, so every time, right now it's just set to 0, so realistically every time they touch a piece of the wall or floor while in hit stun, it should apply. Alright, so if I hit this guy. Alright, that didn't work. Oh, there you go, that worked. And oh, it's because he was getting out of hit stun. Yep, that. You could attack that. Whoops. Add you to the game? I'll put a little Banui. I'll put it in, like, I'll hide it in a random place. So you can blow up the... Why do you want to blow up the ocean, dude? The ocean did nothing wrong. Right, it seems like it's working. I'll balance that later. Easter egg. Yeah, it's just there's a quirky little Easter egg. I did consider, I have like a little 3D model of myself. I made like a little 3D model of me. And I was considering like off screen in the void, just having like, just him doing like the orange justice or like some Fortnite emote off screen. And so if you break the camera and you could put it anywhere, you could just see me doing that. I thought it would be funny. But I also don't want to put in the effort to animate a Fortnite dance. I'm just T-posing there. It also probably wouldn't be optimal to have a full like 3D model like in the game files being used when the entire game is going to be 2D. It's probably not the best idea. But anyway, what do I need to do? Got that. If... Oh, I need to get the block input. I have an idea. Yeah. What I want is to have like 2D sprite characters, and then I'm going to for the geometry it's just gonna be like boxy, but I'm just going to have 2D images going like left to right here on this like width plane, and then also 2D images going here on that plane. That way it looks a little bit 3D. Did I mess up? Oh, I forgot to compile that. It's probably trying to compile this. Yeah. I wasn't even trying to test anything. I just hit play so I could recenter the camera. Whoops. Yeah, I can see him. Let's put him in the Discord. All right, so after this, I need... What do I need? Movement values. I need this fella. And I need to break hit results. Oh, yeah, I guess you could if you don't want to put in the Discord. Don't worry, I won't take them. Get the impact normal. And the Z. I'll just grab this. I'll take a look at him. It's a dude. He got the flannel shirt or flannel vest. Is a flannel? It's got a hoodie because I got one of those. Is that a shirt or like a jacket? Because it's very shirt-like in texture, but it's got like the jacket design. I'll just call it a dirt, a schlacket. A hoodie. Yeah, but usually like hoodies aren't like button up. Usually hoodies are like... Yeah, I have one, but it's blue. And I don't know if I would call it like a hoodie. Real quick, let me put this that way. Oh, I should probably check if you... Actually, nah. Do this first. A sweater? Maybe. A sweater is kind of like a hoodie. It's like a hoodie without the hood. That's a sweater. I'll also have to remember. True is touching wall. False is touching floor. It's touching the floor or the ceiling, actually. It could be either. How do I implement it up here? There's the wall bounce. How much for the game? I'm probably gonna make it like 10 bucks or something. Probably. Why does this exist? If I didn't implement, I don't know. I made this bit a while ago. I'm trying to remember how it works. Oh, on Steam. I'd probably put it on Steam. Okay, so you get... How does the wall jump work? So if you're facing left or right, it multiplies that one value by 1,000 to get an impulse. That 1,000 is multiplied by your current speed. Why is the X value going in there? The X value is just going to be 0 when you multiply. Whatever. And that goes into there. So you basically just get 1,000 horizontal speed times 0.2 z. Oh my gosh, my brain is starting to hurt from the math. And that's all getting cut in half. And then going in here and wall bounce. Is it not supposed to be a wall jump? Oh, I already tried implementing the wall bounce. I just didn't do it right. I'll just break that and redo it down here. All right, well, I guess I'm on my own. Your friend ate moldy bread, now he's suffering. He consumed a mold. He became one with it. The mold bringer. Hold on, let me move this up. I'm gonna actually break the vector again, but I'm gonna put it over here in case I need it again. Alright, so basically... Hold on, wait a minute. Should I have a separate... What if I tech the ceiling? Can I still roll off the ceiling? Hold on. Let me just add teching first, and then I'll see if I can worry about tech rolling and tech jumping. Alright, so if the Z impact normal is near 0, it does a wall tech. If it's anything that's not even close to 0, it does a nothing. I don't know why I just didn't make it 0, because I don't know. Alright, so true is wall, false is floor / ceiling. Let's start with the floor. So if you can do this, get a branch. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Do I have the... Oh, hold on. I've been sitting down so long. My butt's starting to hurt. So block is being pressed every time it's triggered. Should I make teching easy? You know, like, should I make it easy? Triggered basically means is it being held down. So if I like am getting hit and I just hold the block button, it'll automatically tech once I hit the floor or wall, rather than having to time it. Should I make it easy? I feel like I might. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of saying it should, just because it'd be easy for me to implement. But I kind of want to. I mean, dying because you missed a tech can be kind of annoying, and having to just be as brain dead as just holding the shield button for your defense. I feel like... But should I make defensive options too easy? I could make teching weak by making it easy to follow up combos even after attack. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't necessarily be easy. It being easy doesn't like actually dictate how good it is, like defensively. So I feel like maybe I should just make it easy, so you don't have to have an aneurysm when you miss attack. Even though it is pretty fun and cool, and you get a dopamine rush every time you hit attack. Sometimes you hit attack and then die immediately afterwards, because you were devoting too much brain power to focusing on hitting the tech. So I feel like it just being... You just being able to hold it, I think that's... You know what, I'll do it, and if it's a bad idea, I'll change it later. But it's very convenient to me if it's... if it works like that. I don't actually know where it is, though. It's not in components. Movement values? Is it attack values? I think it might be. I think it might be. Block is being pressed. Yippee! And then I'll put another one. Hold on. Where is it? I literally just had it. There you go. I'll put another one up here. Alright, so if you are in the situation where teching works, if you hit the tech, this one. If you miss the tech, that one. And then same here. This is for the floor, this is for the walls. Honestly, I'll actually separate them a bit more. Alright. Again, let's start with the floor. So if you hit the tech, ooh. If you hit the tech, you should get, where is it? Where is it? Stick directions, left stick. Is that left or right? Yes. If you hit it, get this. That way, you know, that's like the joystick. Which way are you holding when you tech? If you're holding left, which would be like 50, I think. I'll do it higher than 45. Let's get I need greater than. I need less than, and then there we go. If it's greater than 45 or less than negative 45, basically all the way to the right or all the way to the left. Technically all the way would be 50, but I don't want it to be that precise, so you have a little bit of leeway if you want to do a tech roll. We gotta have options. Branch. Alright, are you doing it all the way to the right? If not, are you doing it all the way to the left? And if you're doing neither, I'll just make it like a neutral tech. Boom, you get 3 options. Let's put this up a little higher. Oh, and the same should exist. I'll just copy paste it here too. The same should exist for this, but instead of left to right, it's up down. There we go. And that goes up there. That'll make this go higher too. I gotta change the chair I'm sitting on. My booty cheeks are getting numb. I just have like a wooden chair. It's like half kitchen chair, half rocking chair, hybrid. I don't know how to describe it. It's like 20% rocking chair. Its great grandfather was a rocking chair. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But like basically like the last little bit of it rocks back at like a 30-degree angle. I don't know how to describe it. All right, actually back to actually making the game. Well, you know what might be easier to implement than this? No, actually, real quick. Print string. Going all the way right. Right. Tech. Going all the way to the left. Let me put my controller somewhere else. And if you're not doing any of that, a neutral tech. I just realized I won't really be able to test this until I make the AI to do attacks. I'll figure that out. I'll figure that bit out when I get to it. But I should at least have the fundamentals down. This would be tech jump. Tech down roll. And that's the best way I could describe it. When you go down. And then neutral wall tech. I think clearly the easiest thing to do for a wall tech, like, is just the wall jump. Is just have a thing that goes back up here and just activates the wall jump. I think that's the easiest thing to do. But let's start by working on the actual like bounce. If you fail the tech. Alright, so if you are So here's what I'm thinking. For a floor bounce, you should get the vertical direction from the floor, like the normal, which is pointing upward, plus your horizontal velocity. So if you were hit at an angle, what am I saying? Hold on, my brain is kind of brokey right now. Oh my gosh, my brain. I gotta take the headphones off. I need... Too much thinking is happening. I feel like the dad from Gumball producing one coherent thought right now. Like I got veins popping out my skull. Oh, I need to I need my slop. I need my internet slop to prevent me from thinking too hard. My brain hurty. Okay, well first let's get character movement. And then we can get the current velocity. And then we can split that struck bin so I have the two. So I have the direction the floor is pointing, which is it's pointing up. And I have the speed of the player, which this should probably be below that, just to keep it nice and tidy. All right. Yeah. Ooh, there should also be... What speed do I want? Or no, I need... Yeah, get the vertical speed. Get the ABS of that. Absolute value, and this should be higher than some preset number. Because if you're not traveling that far, if you're not traveling that fast vertically, you should do a little bounce and then stay on the floor. You know, like how you get jab locked, or how you, like when you miss your tech, rather than just straight up bounce off of it. But if you're going faster than that, just bounce off of it. Know what I mean? Actually, wait, then in that case, this should be below that. There you go. I'm tidy maxing. I'll put that lower too. I need the vertical speed. Hold on, wait a minute. Make vector? Don't put that in the X value. The X value is just going to be 0. It's always 0. We need the Z value from that. And the Y value from that. And wait, hold on. Actually, the branch should happen first. Branch. Put this into branch. And then I lied. These should be the other way around. And that should be like up. This should be down. This should be like right there. And then these can go like that. Put that down a bit. Perfect. Okay, so then we need to multiply this by, or multiply that by 1. I'll say multiply it by 1 and 1. This is going to be 0 because the X value is basically towards and away from the camera, and nothing should ever be moving towards or away from the camera. Everything should be moving on one 2D plane. So this always needs to be set to 0. But I can multiply your velocity, your horizontal. Your vertical velocity needs to be like 1,000 or something. Or make it like 500. Because right now it's just 1 or -1. Okay, so let's hear. Let's say you are hit on the ground at it with a vertical velocity of like I don't know, 20, because it's a horizontal hit, you're not being sent vertically very high, so like a vertical speed of like 20 and a horizontal speed of 2,000. My stream bugging? No, okay, it's normal. So if you miss your tech, oh my mouth. If you miss your tech, it gets the 2,000 horizontal speed, and you hit the floor, which has a Z normal of 1. It's either 1 or -1. If it's the floor, it's 1. If it's the ceiling, it's -1. And so you have 1 and 2,000. Then we multiply the Z by 500 for when you hit the floor. Actually, I'm thinking about it. When you hit the floor, you should lose some speed due to like friction and all that, you know? So I say maybe like 3/4 of your speed, 0.75. Because like you hit the floor at 2,000 speed. You know, let's just put numbers on it. It's probably not right, but like 2,000 meters per second, which is insanely fast. But let's just say you're moving that fast. If you hit the floor, then you should be bouncing horizontally at a horizontally at 1,500 meters per second, and vertically just like a little hop. If you bounce or if you slide. I'll test this out. So if the vertical velocity was above, I'm just gonna say like 300. I'll have to balance that because I don't know the actual number. If it was above 300, or actually if it was below 300, so you weren't moving that fast horizontally, so it was more like a horizontal angle than like a diagonal angle, then let's... Oh, I just hit the mic. Let's add impulse and put that into there. Bro, what's this bot doing, bro? Get out of my lobby. Then yep, give it a velocity change. So theoretically, my forward tilt should be activating this. I'm gonna put a print string down. Horizontal floor bounce. So let me check this. It's a dude. Okay. He's straight up bouncing on it. Okay, his vertical velocity should be way lower. All right, he literally, it's like you just skipped a rock. Okay, so things to change. This needs to be lower. Or actually, no, that was actually the right amount of speed. This needs to be lower. This needs to be like, let's just try numbers. Let's try 0.5. Also, it shouldn't be the exact same. Hold on. I can use this somehow. Hold on. Make vector. Why is that always? Put it in there. Go in there. All right, so your z velocity. Oh, I should probably absolute value this. So the absolute value of your velocity. Let me just add. Actually, hold on. Let's just move everything over for a bit. Put that there. Multiply this by 0, 0, and some number. Oh, pre-rolls are going on. And put that in there. And this should be like 100. And I don't know how big this value. I'm gonna set this to 50. All right, let's test that out. All right. What the? That was goofy. Oh, I think I see what the problem is. Once you hit the floor, it's because it's not setting your... So it's taking the original speed you were hit at, and it's adding this on top of it. It's not resetting it to a new value. So you're multiplying your speed by 1/2. You're cutting it in half, but you're taking that half and you're adding it on top of your speed. So you're really traveling at times 1.5 speed instead of 1/2. So what I need to do is I need to add in a set velocity. Up here. You get your half speed plus your normal speed, the speed you started with. So all I gotta do is just set your speed to 0. Once you touch the floor, you're pretty much stationary, and this gets applied. So let me put this back up to 1/3 or 3/4, and hopefully this won't be goofy. I'll bounce. Goofy stone skipping, doing a little dance. All right, that didn't do anything at all. What the? All right, so I clearly broke something. Why did that happen? Well, let me try it with grabs on this guy. I don't have... Hold on. Horizontal wall floor bounce. That's not doing anything. This is being activated and it's going into here. Oh, it's because everything's being set to 0. I'm setting it to 0 before imparting the velocity. Whether or not impulse is relative to mass. All right, so this... I think what I need to do is create a variable that is a vector. Or what should I call it? Tech bounce velocity? I don't want to put velocity name. Tech bounce speed. Then I'll set it to that before imparting the velocity and set to a vector. All right, so this moves that way. I'm gonna move all this up. And boom, boom, boom. All of this. That goes into there. And then this goes into there. And then just so it's easier to look at, I'll move these two. No, I can't. These have to be right next to each other. There. You need to be grabbed, so you need to be right next to your opponent. I mean, I could just make the grab bigger. Like, you know, I'll show you. Like, the hitboxes look small because that's what I just want your base moveset to be. Upgrades will, like, make your hitboxes bigger. Like, I want to implement attacks that cover, like, 1/4 of the screen. But yeah, there'll be, like, different attacks. I have, like, all of these are gonna, from, like, right now I've only put these, which is, like, your attacks, which are, like, the ones you start the game with. But you see there's, like, a bunch of upgrades you can get with different moves, and all of them will have way bigger hitboxes, including grabs. So I want, like, hitbox size and all that to be the sort of balance things to make your base character weaker, so the upgrades feel more meaningful when you get them. Melee Marth grab? Yeah, probably. The enemies will probably, well, the enemies will change depending on how far along you are, you know? Like, early in the game, there'll be weak enemies, and later in the game, there'll be strong enemies. And they can follow the same sort of the design mindset, where not just damage and health, but also, like, attack range and frame data could be used to make enemies stronger, just as much as they are upgrades that will make the player, like, a better play, like, stronger too. I want there to be more upgrades than just, like, damage and health. Like, there should be other, like, in a lot of video games, the upgrades kind of boil down to, does this make me attack stronger, or does this make me tankier? And those are, like, the two, like, routes of upgrades you could have. But anyway, well, first off, let me put that over there. Let's see if that worked. All right. I could test with back throw. I have to actually activate my directional throws. And he's doing that again. Dude. Let's make this like 250, I guess. Oh, and let's also make this. If your horizontal speed is greater, it should be greater than like 200. And your vertical speed should also be greater than, I don't know, 200. It seems like vertical speed is lower. I don't know. I'll test it out. Didn't fix it. All right, real quickly, what I'm going to do. Hold on. Action graph. Not action graph. I want tick graph. Just print my velocity. I need to know what kind of numbers I'm working with. Just print that, bro. All right, actually, hold on, before I do all that, it doesn't work like that. I forget. Oh, and I already messed all that up. All right, hold on. Oh well, works like that now, and I have to compile because I added and deleted something. Oh, I have to recompile. Why is there no greater or less than for vectors? Just check if every xyz value of the vector is greater than some other xyz value. I'm trying to make it so that when I'm not moving, it doesn't just flood my print screens or print strings with, you know, a bajillion data. Oh wow, that's 400. That's, well, how am I moonwalking? 400 is the slowest I can walk. Really? Why is 400 my minimum velocity? Yeah, that's completely unlegible. I think I get to 1000 speed. All right. Event graph? Oh, my hiccups. Oh. All right, yeah. So This needs to be like 800. Either above 800 or above 500. And if it's above, I guess 800 then? Actually, I'll do 500 too. No, I'm doing 800. Wait, am I doing this wrong? Hold on. All right. All right, hold on. I'm fixing this. Hold on. Take a graph. Velocity. To a struck pin. If this is greater than 0, and that is greater than 0, move all this over. And Boolean, both these gotta be better than greater than 0. Move over. Branch. Both those gotta be greater than 0. Don't flood my screen with 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I don't want to see it. Oh, it probably should have been an or. Now I think about this, this probably should have been an or. I first things first. Or Boolean. Put that there, and also let's make this like longer. Make this last 5 seconds. Oh, so much diagnosing. Diagnosing. I'm diagnosing it right now. I'm straight up diagnosing it. Who up diagnosing they, whatever. I don't know. I've lost the plot with the joke. Who diag their nosing? What diagging their nosing right now? Hold up, I need to do another thing. I need to do the absolute value of these. Oh, I keep forgetting. See, you can't have negative speed. I was correct. Apparently, if you move left on the Y plane, that means negative speed. And if you're moving right on the Y plane, that's positive speed. I don't know why it works like that, but it do, I guess. I mean, if you ask me, speed is speed. Gotta clip trout wall with that? What's the trout wall? You see, like, look. Every time I'm moving to the left, it's negative speed. Every time I move to the right, it's positive speed. Also, I don't know why, but my maximum aerial speed is like 2/3 my max speed for some reason. Alright, hold on, wait. Directional throw active. Boosh. That gave me way too many numbers to be looking at. Hold on. Oh my goodness, why are you there? There we go. Alright, I want to wait for all that to disappear. That's still giving me way too many numbers. Oh. Horizontal floor bounce. Oh my god, it just deleted itself. I couldn't see anything. Delete everything and let me see. Okay, hold on, let me go on this side. Let me see what value was at the horizontal floor bounce once all that gets deleted. It was negative 1500. Where did it go? Negative 1500, negative 700. Negative 700. Negative 15, negative 700. Okay. So it looks like if I go to the event graph. Nothing about it. This should be like 500. And not if it's lower than that, if it's higher than that. Now that I think about it, technically this doesn't even need to exist because it already exists right here. When would I need a different floor bounce? So there's like... Oh, I guess I could use this to set up being stuck on the floor, or should you just automatically get up? I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Boosh. All right. That didn't help. Oh, let me go on this side. All right, wait for all that to disappear. On. Neg 1500 and negative 700. But of course, I'm getting the absolute value of that, which is higher. And the floor you're hitting is down here. Do I just need to skip over that? Oh, it's never going to false because it's setting everything to 0 before. Oh my goodness, I'm being goofy. I'm straight up goofing it. The real answer is just change the velocity after... Change the velocity right before I set the impulse. That's the answer. And I could definitely just put that there if I'm doing that. There we go. That is the solution. Set your speed to 0, but after you've checked for the speed you want. Because if I set it to 0, it's just going to be false every time. I'm a genius. I probably should have figured that out like 15 minutes ago, but I'm a genius. It's better late than never. Oh, one thing I do want to check. Not that. Let me activate. That. You're getting... Hmm. Hmm. Oh, wait, hold on. First things first. I figured this out. I don't need it. Get rid of that. It's also really annoying. Don't need that. Next. Why am I not being bounced up? I see. This became false for some reason. What if I just always make it true? I'm thinking. Got my thinking cap on. Oh, floor bounce, but you're not bouncing. Do these values just need to be higher? What if I make this like... What if I make this 2,000? Would that be better? Alright, let's try this. I don't have my doohickey. That being like 2,000 didn't change anything. Why not? Well, what if I make it... Oh, I think it's because once this gets detected, you hit the floor, so your vertical velocity hits 0. So your vertical velocity is 0, so it needs to add by like... It needs to add by like a fixed amount. I think it should be... Let's try 1,500. So it gets that. And then we grab the Y value, your Y speed. Wait, hold on. What if we do this? Put the Y speed into there. Make this 100. And this 1,000. And so the faster you're hit horizontally, the faster you bounce? Or if you hit the floor at 1,500, okay, maybe it shouldn't be 1,000. Maybe it should just be like 1. That might be a little more fair. Oh, wait, it finished. Okay, maybe not as high as I put it. But it worked. Okay. Clearly works. Maybe like cut it in half. Ooh, one thing hold on, one thing I do want to do. Grab this. I forget where I had that. Right here. Also, this tech bounce speed should probably go into like movement values. Just probably. Just throw it in there. Alright, and then where is it? Where's knockback stuff? There it is. Go over here. I want to get knockback. So if you hit a wall, make it this. Let's add these two together. Addition. So this is for the first like 3 frames of getting hit. This is like, or for like the first 3 frames of getting hit. For the first 3 frames of getting hit, this is set to whatever the knockback was, like 1500 or something. So basically, pretty much, if you're touching the ground, it'll do that, and it'll pretty much send at a crazy value if you're already touching the ground. But if you're already touching the ground, your Y value wouldn't be that high, so it like evens out. What if you make the speed 9 trillion just to test? I ain't putting 9 trillion. I mean, what it'll be is like you'll hit him and then he'll just teleport to the ceiling. That's what it'll happen. How close do I have to be to hit this? Okay, I should probably make the hitbox on that smaller. That was insane. There you go. And you kind of have to use your imagination, but like imagine him like hitting the ground. Where are the gauges up in the left? Okay, so the green one is health. The purple one is your block. So instead of having like shield health like in Smash Bros, basically for every frame you're holding the block, that goes down, and every frame you're not holding it, it goes up. That way you can't just hide and block forever. Eventually it gets too low and you can't use it. But then after like 1/4 of the way, you can use it again. That's how that one works. The blue one and the red one, I think currently I have it set to every time you get hit, you get the blue one, or every time you hit something, you get the blue one, blue meter, like Soul and Hollow Knight. And every time you get hit, you get the red one, which is like, you know, the inverse. I'm going to change it to every time you hit a light or a heavy attack, you get blue meter, which is called flow. And every time you hit a special move, you get the red meter. And what I want is to use a special move, it costs flow, sort of like Hero's Mana in Smash Bros. And to use a super move, that costs the red meter. So the structure of a combo would be hitting the light and heavy attacks to build up enough flow to use a special, and then using enough specials to build up enough red meter to use a super. And of course, they're going to be introduced within the game. Like, you're not going to have your specials and supers at the same time. Like, you only start the game with light attacks, your grab, and your block button. That's all you start the game with. Yeah. I don't want to make specials and supers the same meter, because if they're the same meter, why would you ever use a special? Just spam super. But for being forced to use specials to get super, I think works well. Then I think I might keep, like, every time you get hit, you might get a little bit of red meter, just as like a little comeback mechanic, so you can use your super more. But I don't want, like, the enemy using it. Like, enemies won't have supers, except maybe like a couple like bosses that might be in the later end of the game, like really tough ones. But like pretty much no enemies will have supers. They'll have light and heavy attacks and maybe some special moves, but they don't get access to supers unless they're like a boss. So I think this worked pretty well. And like, imagine like the dude just like hitting his back on the floor and bouncing up, then landing in like the Yamcha pose. Boosh. You kind of have to use your imagination, but you could see it. The bounce is also crazy. One thing I do want to test, give myself heavy attacks and switch. Yep, that's the stomp. Why is this not bouncing them up? Alright, and that also deleted him for no reason. Yippee. That worked. Why the stomp isn't working, I don't know. Oh wait, let me give myself all those. That seems kind of like a mean combo. Like stomp into grab. I want him to like bounce up. Oop, and okay, why is... I'll have to figure out that later. Hold up, I'll put it in my notes real quick. Right down here. Because I should probably solve it pretty soon. Yeah. I can't spell. Heavy neutral air is deleting enemies for some reason. I'll figure that out later. But I think this is working pretty well. And I should be able to do the exact same for the wall jump, just switch the Z and Y values. Take the super from the boss you beat. Ooh, I do that. I'm doing that with special moves. Basically, the idea is your special moves will give you some form of mobility, like how up Bs in Smash Bros give you like a recovery move, something like that, or maybe a move that can get like past something. And when you beat the boss, when you beat a boss, you get one of, there's like 8 types of attacks, all these ones, and there's like each has like a dungeon, sort of like Zelda. When you beat one, you get a special move that you can use from one of these that lets you explore more of the area. And the boss, of course, will have that special move. Not supers. Supers I want to be like sort of like more secret stuff. Not quite like a main boss you're required to beat anyway, sort of like optional stuff. But I could definitely do that, like there's a boss that has a super. That's how they use it. But anyway. I'm gonna be honest, I don't need this. I can just delete all that. Hold on. I need to move all of this down so I can grab all of this, minus that, and copy paste it up here. Boosh, 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 and this goes there. And then this goes up to here. So this is a wall jump, or like the wall tech, like the wall bounce. So you get the z vector, which would be 0. No, I don't want this. I want the y vector to go into here and get your velocity from the wall, because you're going to have some upward or downward velocity. And then, yeah, I think I just switch both of these around. That's not what I wanted at all. Multiply your speed by 100 and this by 0.75. You of course get the vector, so you get the right size. And then your speed, or wait. I think, no, you don't need the absolute value of that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, wait, I'm doing this wrong. Get the absolute value of that. Oh wait, no, hold on. I didn't need that. Delete that pin. I didn't need this pin. Go away. What I need is to multiply this by whatever the y, boom, multiply. Throw that in there, and then that in the y. Because I'm gonna be honest, my mouth is hurting, so I'm not gonna explain it. But it needs to be that way. That all looks good. And then just change it to vertical wall bounce. Oh, I still got a canker sore in my mouth. I'm so sad. Alright, so let's throw someone up against the wall and beat them up and see if the correct thing happens. Let's throw this dude against a wall. Literally nothing happened. Oh, there you go. Alright, well that deleted him. Why is that not working? Block is not being pressed, so it goes down here, and I must have just laying around here. So your vertical goes into... Maybe I just make this number bigger. 200? It's worth a shot. Go this way. I didn't mean to do that. Whoosh. I mean, it worked. It's a little buggy, but it worked. What if I... Hello? Why'd that freeze me? Another one. That was a weird bug. I ain't gonna fix it. Fix it becomes a problem. But this stuff worked. All right, now let's work on the possible... I'm not able to test this right now because I don't have a thing that can attack me in the game. I can only attack other people. And I don't have the AI set up to be able to block. The one that is in there blocking has a separate variable called isBlock, called a test block that won't trigger this. It literally just exists to make sure my attacks don't hit through blocks. So I'm not able to test this, but I'm still gonna try and implement it just so like logistically it works, just so I have something to come back to when I actually can test it. I think it just follows the same sort of protocol as this. I think what I should do is... Okay, wait, hold on. Let's move that out of the way. The first thing you should do is... Can DI get set to false? And can move get set to false for a little bit. But actually what I'm going to do, because if you get out of can DI, it says can true for a little bit after, and that might mess up with your tech roll. Because the attack might set you to can move before your tech roll ends, and I don't want that to happen. So this is going towards the... So first, you set candy eye to true. And let me move these down. There's add impulse. All right, that gets set. Actually, wait, hold up. I'm moving this away. So this goes to the right. So the impulse is you move, I don't know, 1,000 to the right. Oh wait, first you gotta set velocity to 0. Set velocity to 0, move 1,000 to the right. Then, hold on, let me look at my buffers and timers. I'll make a new timer. Actually, I'll just rename this one because I'm not... Actually, I don't know if I am. Am I still using heavy dash timer? I'll just make a new one. Called the tech immobility timer, because it's basically the point of the timer is to dictate when you can move after a tech. Immobility timer. All right, and let's just put this into the buffers and timers. Or hit the microphone. All right. So we first set that to 0. Move that somewhere over there. Then we branch. And when this is greater than, let's just say 10, it's a 10 frame tech roll. Actually, wait, let's have an idea. Break that link. Move this down over here and move this over here as well. Put that in there. If it isn't, move yourself to the right and set your can move to false. And then delay 0.0166. So 1 frame before adding 1. There we go. And then once that's done, set this to true and set this to 0. There we go. And maybe if it's doing this 10 times a frame, maybe set this to like 300 instead. I don't know, I can balance it in a different way later. Let's go there, and let's also move that there. Move that there. That needs to move up a little bit. Oh my goodness, I gotta stand up. I can copy and paste that for everything else. I just gotta change the value of that number. Move my microphone up a little bit. I can copy. Actually, let me get that bit too. I can copy that, and I can also move it up. Move it up a bit. Paste it. Go, set the true to right there. Then instead of 300, it's negative 300 because you're going to the left instead of the right. Just put that up there. Put that up there. Boom. Move that over. Control B. And set this to 0. All right, that's that. Let's move that over. Let's also grab all of this, like all of this, and move it down like so. Move that there. Oh, this should also move up with it. that can go like that. All these move back. And I can do the same up here. Yeah, I can also probably move this over there. Boom. Grab all this. Put down. So. Then. I'm gonna have to do this differently. Hmm. Okay, so for the wall jump, I think I could just create an event that does this. An event that just plays right here. What would I find the place to put it though? Move that there. Move that there. Move that there. Let's move all these back. Boom, boom. 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 And then custom event. Let's call it tech jump. Because it's going to play right there when a tech jump happens. And let me just go over here. Does anything change here? Capsule wall. Wait, how does this work? Let me look at this. All right, so that detects if you're jumping wall, and if you have wall jump, add one to the tick wall timer. And if the tick wall timer minus the capsule wall timer is less than 4, keep going here, and only until it's greater than 4, then does it go through, and then you're not touching the wall. This just looks like a lag machine. Every frame added nothing to the capsule wall timer. That used to be like something else. I mean, it's working, so I don't want to like mess with it, but that just looks completely recursive. Oh, my mic is too far from me? Hold on, let me move it back. Sorry, I moved out of the way. It was in like an uncomfortable position. I'm gonna put it on the compromisable. Look at... Why is this all bolded? I don't want this bolded. Look at wall jump in event graph. Capsule wall timer looks like a suspicious lag machine. Look into it. And then, of course, compromisable. I don't actually really need to do it. I mean, the game will still function, but it just looks like it's doing that for no reason. But with the wall jump, actually, wait, I won't get rid of tech jump, but tech jump. Do that. Do the wall jump. And then I guess do the exact same sort of timer, just don't move. Have the same sort of timer. And also only do this for like 5 frames. Not very long. But also don't actually don't do any of this. That's cringe. Don't be doing that. There you go. And then on the neutral wall tech, oh, actually, now that I think about it, I should probably... Hold on, wait, what does the wall tech do? Wrong looking. Wall jump and wall jump stick direction. Then it does... Wait, where's the actual wall jump happen? Oh, the actual wall jump happens down here. Oh, wait. This shouldn't be here. I should set... Set wall jump direction. This should go up here. Goes there, that goes there. All this needs to move. Move this way out there. Move that there. And then let me also... Oh wait, I don't need to move anything. Set velocity to 0. Set velocity to 0 so I can actually do the wall jump. I don't need you. I need you to move over here. And has wall jump. Yada yada. Grab resets. Dash. Oh, this already sets my velocity to 0. I don't need to do it. But there. I don't need you. I mean, honestly, there's not really anything hurting having that. All right. And if you do a tech down roll. Ooh, one thing I should have. Actually, never mind. Oh yeah, Heavy Dash used to... This is still a remnant from Heavy Dash. Actually, I don't really need any more. Hold on. Oh my goodness, this looks so confusing now. All right. All right, just falling should be this whole thing minus that, and Control C, Control V. All right, but instead of a tech jump, there is an add impulse. And you set wall jump direction. And that impulse is a wall jump direction times, I don't know. It's like 1 or 0. So like 200, and you make vector and you delete that because I can just do that. And you put all that backwards so you can throw it in there. And you move all these over so you can move this over so you can move these over. And there we go. And then literally the exact same thing can be copied and pasted and used for this one. Hold on. Move that there and there. And there. Okay, now that I'm looking at this, I should probably have my own up here for all that. Break vector. And then Y. This is looking good to me. Oh, I do need to change this. And make this like 500, and your Z impulse is like -6, like also -500. So like you roll downward. And then this one, oh, on these two, it should also be, honestly, on all of them. If has jumped, which basically is also like is touching ground. Actually, I'll just do this. Character movement is falling. Not Boolean. If is falling, boom, or Boolean. Throw that in there. Is falling is basically if you're not touching the ground. So not is falling is, are you touching the ground? If you're touching the ground, or this has completed its 5 frames, do that. Skip all this. And I'll just have it for all of them. Alright, and then do it for here too. And I think we're done here. Let's just grab all these and move it up. And then grab all this and I guess move it down a little bit. And then, you know what? Let's also... let's reorganize this a little bit. Let's put that there, so that goes to all those. And then we can put all of these right up here. And there we go. Let's move this a little bit over here and then put a comment around it. And call this could have teched. There's an L in there. Could have teched. All right. That is this done. And then here's what I'll do. Since I haven't technically tested this, I'm going to put it into the potentially fixed. Throw it in here. Caps lock, bold, untested. Potentially fixed. Untested, but potentially fixed. And then these get deleted. All right. Heavy Nair is deleting enemies for some reason. Why is Heavy Nair doing that? Actually, first, let's compromise and save. Please don't tell me I crashed. Oh, there you go. Let's compile and save first. I don't want to redo all that work because I don't remember how to do it. I mean, I could just rewatch the VOD and just copy what I did in the VOD, but I don't want to do that. Save your work. Very important. Right, first, let me just double check. Heavy Nair is actually deleting people. All right, well, I think that proved my point. Yep, it is deleting people. So why is it deleting people? They just didn't like the cut of their jib. It's shooting them in the face with a gun. With a bullet. Alright, let's get here. So first, if heavy, special, or super delete branch. Well, I won't question the decisions of my past self. I'm assuming he knew what he was doing. Then don't fall through, of course, which is basically platforms. You're not able to fall through a platform if you're doing a move. All the attack timers are being reset. The attack has not finished. It checks if you jumped, if you can. That's that did. Can move because you can. In lag. Then it does the wind-up timer. And technically, if super input occurs, you can cancel it, but the super input will never happen because that can only happen if or it's it. If this is true, which happened before, so that doesn't work. I don't actually need to check any of this. What I need to be checking is the actual attack. My first idea is that it's being reactivated multiple times. It's my throat. I'm very lethargic right now. I can't talk for a long time. Get a little dizzy. I guess is that block hit, light and air hit. Yes, basically if I hit it, light and air hit doesn't even just apply to just light and air. I've used this variable on so many things. But if you hit it once, the light and air activates, so the reactivation won't do it again. Oh, I have an idea what might happen. Your health. Oh, I see. It was really simple. I forgot to actually... So what it's supposed to do is take some amount of damage, take your health, subtract the damage from it. So if it does like 20 damage and you have 100 health, 100 minus 20 would be 80. So set your health to 80. But I didn't connect this. So it's just set your health to 0, which is, of course, killing them. All right. Hopefully that was way easier than I was thinking it was going to be. I thought I would have to be playing I Spy with the entire blueprint, trying to find what was wrong with it. And I found it within like the first 13 seconds. Oh my, and my throat. Dude, I bought a bunch of burger ingredients like lettuce and barbecue sauce and stuff to make burgers, and I've been making them and eating them, but I can't even enjoy them because every time I take a bite, my mouth is in pain because I got both a canker sore and I got like this bruise on like the left side of my tongue, so I can't chew things properly. And it's killing me. It's also making talking feel weird. So I can't like talk for too long. All right. Are you deleted? All right, that worked. I do want to test something. Alright, well, that all seems to work. I'm gonna take a little break. There you go. And when I come back, I'll attempt to add directional influence, which I won't even be able to test until I have the AI in. And then I can test all of these. I'm gonna go on a little break. Hi, Blue. Is it hard to do all that? I mean, from my perspective, no, but I've also been doing it for like about on and off for about a year now. So I think my idea of what's difficult and what isn't is kind of biased. I'm definitely not doing it in like a professional way. There's definitely way better ways I could be doing this. But it doesn't matter if it's professional. All that matters is that it functions and doesn't make me rage quit. I'm gonna grab some soda. All right. I did my throat. Hold on. How am I going to add DI? My first idea is that if you're in DI, alright, so first, how am I going to, how am I going to do this? What I need to get is the first frame can DI is true. So every frame, oh, that's easy. every frame, it checks if can DI is true. If it is, it goes into a do once node. So it's only true. Oh wait, but then if you get hit in a combo, you can't change your DI after. How am I going to implement this? Ooh, I can use hit stop. So every frame you are in hit stun, it goes into a do once node. When that branch is false, the hit stop branch is false, it goes into another branch that checks if you're in hit stun. Or no, it should just be a sequence. So every frame, it does a sequence. The first input on the sequence checks if you are able to DI. Like, it checks can DI, which is hit stun. And that goes into a do once node. The second part of the sequence goes into another branch that checks if you're in hit stop. So every frame, once you get put into hit stop, basically either once you've attacked someone or once you are hit by someone, it resets. It resets the do once. Oh, and then also every frame you're not in hit stun, it resets the branch. It resets the do once. All right, I think that's a good first step. I'm gonna do that. In event graph, custom event. It's gonna take a little bit. All right, and this is the directional influence. And I'll just toss in the, actually I'll do this first. Okay, so first it does a sequence. First it checks branch Bwomp, and that goes into a do once. That goes into the reset. Then down here is another branch that goes into the reset, but that only resets if, what am I looking for? Not buffers. Attack values? Or no, move. Wait, is it attack values? No. In hit stop. So either you've been hit or you have hit someone, because both of those put you in hit stop. And that also, I'll put it in there like that. Or I could just, there you go. So basically, the first time after being put in hit stop, so after getting hit, it resets this, and since you're in DI after hit stop, pretty much immediately after hit stop, you are able to DI. Then let me look at my timer. Is there like a DI timer? There's can DI buffer and can DI timer. Emergency. I'll just make a new one. I can always just make new timers. Where's the plus button? It's up here. Directional influence timer. And the first frame, this gets, well, of course, set to 0. And then a branch, because it's just going to be a timer. What am I doing? This integer is greater than some number. This is basically the amount of frames you're able to DI after getting hit. I think should be like, I don't know, 5 frames. And then, of course, so what I'm thinking is simply add an impulse. Add impulse. And then, of course, delay. Like 1 frame. And then increment. Boom. And I won't be able to test this or balance it, but let's say, so if you're able to DI, you already have some amount of momentum. Let's say you got hit and you're going, you have a Y velocity of 2000 and a Z velocity of 1000. So like a west by northwest angle, like a 30-degree angle, kind of, you know, like that way. So during the first times being hit, you can change your velocity to be a little bit higher, or like your angle to be a little bit higher. Okay, first I need to check, what does the knockback value turn into? So on a normal attack, what does the knockback value usually get set to? I think it's some value in between 0 and 1, if I'm not mistaken. Or actually, what the knockback value is doesn't really matter. Yeah, the knockback value is some number between 0 and 1. What the knockback value is itself does not matter. Reflect implementation. Direction, that's block direction. I want directional influence. And then back into the event graph. So that doesn't matter because this happens after you attack. So, well, first, let me look at this. Actually, should it be in hit stop or should it be when this happens? I'm going to copy and paste this down here, but I'm not going to actually implement it until like I can figure out if that works or not. I'll have to test it, but I'll add it here just in case, because this might work better. Actually, I'll actually implement it. I'll actually implement it this way first, because I feel like this might work better. So I'll implement it this way, and I'll check this later. I'll even put a comment on it. This might be a better substitute in the above branch. I'll write it like that. Oh, there we go. This might be a better substitute in the above branch. There you go. And then what we do is we get stick directions. We get left down, up right. I think it's make vector. Multiply by 1 and put that in the y value. There you go. I'm just adding the multiply so I can maybe change the way this is, because these are values from -50 to +50, basically depending on up, down, left, right, that sort of thing. And I have it there, so maybe I can make it like if I times 2, it's -100 to +100. That's basically the impulse. Actually, I might do that right now, because I feel like 2 might be a better number, but I can balance that later. But I think that's a pretty good... I think that's candy eye. I'll put it in the untested, potentially fixed category. Actually, I bet I could sneak this in like right here. There we go. All right. Let's do it right here. Untested. Potentially fixed. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, might as well save while I'm here, though. That took way less time than I thought it was going to take. Oh, hold on. There you go. And then backspace there. It's all lined up. Now I can delete that. Oh, I don't want to fix grabs. But, oh, I actually got quite a bit done today. I'm quite proud. Let me just look back at these. Grab attacks go through block. How the grab attacks even function. Yeah. Honestly, I might keep it like this. What this might be bad at is, let's say I grab you Let's see, I grab an enemy, and that enemy, there's like 2 enemies standing next to each other. Like there's one here, like there's... Actually, I'll just show you. I can just do that. 7 and 9. Alright, so there's 2 enemies in front of me. One of them gets grabbed. Alright, I didn't want that one to get grabbed. But... Hold on. There, you saw it. Because the grab attack goes through block. Like the attack itself goes through block. It doesn't matter if you're blocking. It'll go through it, even if you're not the one who got grabbed. I might keep that, just because... I'm gonna be honest. It's not too big of a deal. I could, like... You know, I could, like, put in the animation, like, maybe, like, an orange effect or a colored effect. That'd be like, oh, this goes through block. You can't block that one. Some, like, game design sort of thing. But really, it's just because it would be really inconvenient. Because I feel like a lot of grabs would fail. Like a big hitbox on a grab. Yeah, well, that's... So, like, you know... So, you know, in, like, Guilty Gear, you grab someone, and it's just, like, that short little hitbox, you have to run up on them. But then you throw them, and you hit them with, like Kai's sword or something. And that actually has a hitbox. That you can, like, Roman cancel, and, like, you get the red Roman cancel. What I'm saying is that that grab goes through blocks. That's an unblockable attack. Not the grab, but, like, the hitbox that comes out after the grab. And it's coded to be unblockable, because earlier I couldn't figure out how to get the grab throw to work without that being a thing. But now, like in a fighting game that's one-on-one, it's not really a big deal. If you get grabbed, you're not able to block anyway. But if there's multiple enemies on screen, you know, and you grab one of them, you might hit another one with that kind of attack. And if they're blocking it, it would look really weird. It would look like it just went through their block. I kind of want to keep it in, mostly because there's not really going to be a situation where it negatively impacts the player. Like, there's not a co-op mode. So it's not like an enemy could grab your friend and hit you even though you're blocking. It's just single player. So that's that. But, so I might keep it in. Just because... It's really inconvenient to me, and it doesn't really negatively impact the player. Look at wall jump in event graph. Oh, I remember that. I'll probably look at that right now. Now's a good time to look at it. Or at least convenient. Capsule wall timer. Okay, I think... I know this is what looks suspicious, so first thing I'm going to do is find references. See every place I put this on the event graph. All right, so it's that one, that one, that one. Okay. So these are the only places it exists. And every frame you're touching a wall, it adds nothing to nothing. And then during is touching wall, which I think when you're touching a wall, it adds one of the, and then it subtracts the tick wall timer by 0. See if that's less than 4. What? Did I do something wrong here? This looks confusing. Hold on, let me... add everything. I think the idea of that was to give me a 3-frame buffer window. Hold on, I think I'm supposed to set this to true. Or to 1. I think every frame you're touching the wall. Or no, this is specifically after, yeah, after you touch the wall. That happens every frame. Well, I think that happens every frame anyway. If this breaks something, because it's just gonna be 0 the whole time, unless that changed to 1. If it changing this to 1 breaks something, I'm just gonna delete it because it's just 0 otherwise. Oh wait, let me give myself wall jump. Okay, yeah, that just broke that because I'm able to wall jump when I'm off the wall. Alright, so yeah, I'm just gonna cancel wall timer. Get out of here. Tick wall timer. Don't need you. Don't need any of this. Goodbye. Alright, let's make sure wall jump still works. Looks to work. I'm wall stalling. Wall jump? Yeah, I'm just testing out wall jump. It probably looks weird because there's no animation on it, but yeah. There was a variable that looked weird on it because it wasn't doing anything, and when I told it to do something, it just broke it and made it me able to wall jump whenever I wanted. So I just deleted it because it wasn't doing anything, and it works now. So, bada bing, bada boom. I'm getting to this point where I actually wanted to balance stuff. Oh, and then that. I have these 3 left. I'm probably not going to get all of them done a day. I'm probably not going to get one of them done today, because honestly, this is really... Let me look at... I'll do the airspeed real quick. Max acceleration. Max walk speed is 1500. Where does that get set again? That's where max run speed is applied. But where does it get set? Right, am I a dummy? Where is it? Wall bounce. Am I taking crazy pills? Where is it? There's max run speed. Okay, every frame. It checks these things. Oh, and then there's that. Uh... Oh, this is like walking and running. I think one thing I could do is, well, first let me move this over a little bit. Both these can go into a branch. And if left stick up, down, oh, it's already over there, is less than -45, and then set max run speed to, I don't know, 200. Then let's also print something. Print goober. I'm losing my mind. Goober. All right, let me go super high up. Okay, so you can like sort of stop midair. Okay, hold on. What if it's not this one? What if it's just that one? Okay. Well, I know how to make this one better. First, let me put that down there. This can go there, and that can go there. And this goes into a different branch, which gets character movement, get velocity, and split the struck pin. And if your Y velocity is below... oh wait, let's get absolute Y velocity. Absolute Y velocity is below, well, let's say 800. Now let's say 600. Then go into here. And then let's just do this. And then move that over and move this down. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. Hold up, can I go this way? Let's do that to 800 and let's make this 100. Why am I moonwalking? Oh, I think I know why. When I go left and right, I didn't want stick flick to like turn me to the right if I hit to the left. And so you have to have to turn all the way to turn to the right from the left, you have to go past neutral position to prevent stick flick, which means that if you go not quite enough past it, so like this is past the neutral position, so you're moving left, but not far enough to make you switch sides. And like literally, so the moment I hit that dude, I start walking forward normally. I honestly, I kind of want to leave it in the game because it's funny. Like you have to be, you aren't gonna like accidentally get that. You have to be trying to get it. It's like a really specific, like, position on the controller. Yeah. Like if I move my thumb a little bit too far, it like goes back to normal. Oh, I messed up. Oh. All right, well, I think that's a good fix to the issue. Let me just do that. There you go. Oh, okay. I just didn't get all this. Oh, let me compile and save that. These are both things that'll take like an hour or more. Probably. Oh. Grab hitboxes are pretty jank, especially air grab. Air grab won't pull people down, no problem. Yeah. And sometimes the hitbox just doesn't like connect. Let's look at that. Let's go way over here. Hold on, wait a minute. I also want to check something. Okay, I did write that down. So this is the actual grab. This is the hitbox. And none of this actually means anything because the block, it adds the block. If you were blocking, it adds it to the actor hit array, and then it goes through there. To the light and air hit. All right, hold on. Air throw hitbox. Why did that drop? So where's air throw hitbox? All right, so I made it so that the hitbox comes out like 5 times. Oh, what if I put a delay in front of this? Of like 1 frame. .0166. It's like 1 frame, so so for 5 frames it has this hitbox come out. So if one of them hit him, it should apply this to it. All right, if this was the problem, making grabs not work correctly, I kind of hope it was, because that would be really convenient for me. All right, that didn't do anything. Hmm. I'll check. Let me put a print here. Work? Did just see, like, did it work? Did this connect to this? If I make this like an actual reactivation attack, it might work. Oh, there we go. I see. Okay. Oh, it already is a reactivation attack. What if I just do this? How many reactivations does it do? It does 3. What if I make it do like 5? Do like 5 reactivations. If that, or of course Candy Eye and Super. Oh, this ain't even going anywhere. If it's more than 5, go down to reactivation. Is that why this won't working? I didn't actually activate the reactivation. Oh, almost unplugged my headphones. Alright, well, that seemed to have worked. I think that's just the solution for everything here. Delete that. Alright, why did that take so long to delete? Stretch my legs. Oh, there we go. Ugh. All right, let's just do that to everybody. Delete that. That should fix the problem where grabs just weren't working sometimes. I think that'll fix that issue. Last one. There we go. Oh my goodness. I need to like stand up for a bit again. Save. Today's been a pretty productive day. I've got a lot. I got like 4.5 done. I don't have to wait for that to finish. Oh, there we go. Save. Alright, let's make sure that worked. Okay, that's a problem. Why did I get sent? Oh, it's because that thing's being done multiple times. Okay. I know why that's happening. Why is that? And of course, boosh! You go to the sky. Oh, I think I know why they're happening multiple times. Let's start down here. I don't know why that's getting reactivated again. Alright, so that goes into here, and if any of these are true, usually pretty much just the attack timer. So if the attack timer is over 5, it'll go here for the entire duration. If it's under 5, but above 0, should I do that? Above 5, but below 5, but above 0? I'll do that. Let's see if that fixes it. And this is the back throw. So above 5, or yeah, above 5 or below 1. Or Boolean. My guess is that the reason it's reactivating at the very end is that it is resetting, then doing this one more time so that the attack, so that this is set to 0, and so it'll do this one more time before finishing. And I'm just guessing it's doing that somehow. So let me check with the down throw. I know why the up throw is sending me to space. It's because the actual attack, it's doing the impulse like 5 times. And this is back throw. That didn't fix it. All right, so that's a problem. So that didn't fix that at all. All right, here's up throw. I mean, these are all happening on the same frame, so I think the clear answer is just to move this earlier into the thing. Just grab this, grab that, move it over here. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Oh, it's just using character movement. Just move that there. Ain't that hard. Break link to that one. There we go. I guessed right. And then it does the normal stuff. All right. Wait, what? That's up throw. Wait, what's this? Base fourth. This is forward throw. Why is it called up throw? Forward throw. Well, I fixed that one anyway. All right, this is up throw. Then anything happening after reactivation? Just an impulse. Well, both those are true, so it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, this could just happen anywhere. That could just take place right there. I'll just put both those there, I guess. All right, and then down throw doesn't have any momentum changes, I don't think. Yeah, so that should fix that. And then keep these disconnected for ongoing hitboxes or reactivation attacks. Okay, so those should be disconnected. Is that what the problem was? These just needed to be disconnected? That might have just been the problem. No, 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 no. Oh, I should probably actually activate. Alright, he still gets sent flying. Why is he not getting hit? Oh, that's very weird. I know that's not what was breaking it. Also, I just noticed something during all this. Can move is set to false during all of this. During all these attacks, it checks can move. I don't know why they're coming out. Down light, is this forward light or up light? That's up light. Forward light? Yeah, that's how that works. Why is this... Why is that part coming out? Hmm. Look at up throw. Alright, so reactivate should only happen 5 times. I'm gonna just do up throw a bunch, and if it happens more than 5 times, something's wrong. That happened like 16 times. It goes through here and checks if you're in hit stop. Hmm. Or I guess I should let me. Where is it movement values? No, it's attack values. Wait, is it? There it is, yeah. In hit stop. Check. Or Boolean. If it's greater than 5, or you're in hit stop, don't do that. Does this fix it? Because I feel like the problem was that hit stop was happening and it was doing the reactivation again. Alright, let's count the activations. Alright, if it... Alright, so that bit kind of worked. We'll go through all this. So it starts, the attack hasn't finished. Goes through all this. And then if you're in hit stop or if that's greater than 5, goes true, and then down here, and then it skips these. Down to these ones. Okay, so it never even reaches here. It just deals with this. Simply, if you're in hit stop, then it just goes through here and waits, and then until you're out of, it won't actually add or reactivate until you're out of hit stop. So what the heck is doing all this? This doesn't make sense. Why is this activating multiple times? Also, let me look and make sure that the start is actually happening. Oh, that was weird. What? Did it like store it? Start ledge slip. Base up throw finish. Rest of there. And then the reset. And that's the only reset that turns this back. Let me read what that is. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why does it reset to 5 after it's done? Hold on. What if it just, I just make so it always prints? Am I gonna see 1 through 40 and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Actually, let's save. It goes up to 27, then resets. All right, I have an idea. Okay. Sequence. Actually, I don't need to test that right now. I can just add a pin from here. What I want to do is have a do once node. Okay, wait, will this even do anything? Because there's already one right there. Let's just check that. Hold on, let me just... Hold on. I have not enough space at all. I want to try something. First, there's a branch. What I want my branch to be is if this is equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, go through with new ones. Oh wait, I should have put that up there too. Hold on, I need to recompile again. I messed it up. I needed to put that in there. Bro. Alright, let's try this again. Honestly, if this doesn't work, I might just set it back to what it was and then end stream because it's getting like, it's almost 4 p.m. already. Oh. And I am nowhere near solving this issue. I might need to come back to it with a fresh mind. Alright, I just got stuck at 2 for like 8 years. Why is this not working anymore? I don't know, what if I just do one? Let's try this out. This is not working. All right, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of this and just work on it tomorrow. Why is it resetting back to 0? Not even back to 0, it's back to 1. Wait a minute, hold on. Ledge slip isn't connected here. Hold on, I might be having an epiphany moment. If it says the ledge slip in the top left, then what I think is happening is that it's resetting because it's using the up air light attack and resetting the attack timer back to 0 after it uses that, and it's redoing that attack. So that means that if I prevent the light attacks from coming out, this won't reset back to 0. I'll put that on. I'm going to test it first, but then I'm going to put it in my notes. Actually, I'll put it in my notes first while I'm here. Especially air grab. Hold on. Remove. Keep light attacks from happening when using a right stick grab to prevent attack timer reset mid attack or mid grab. All right, I'm gonna do a bunch of up throws. If it says ledge slip like ever, that might be the problem. Because I swear I said it before. It says it right there. Yeah, ledge slip right there. That's the problem. All right, I'll figure it out tomorrow. I'm just gonna stream now. I am tired. Have a good day.